We got to the point where we could fire like little physics projectiles, but the hit detection was pretty shitty. Today, I want to create a standalone projectile manager based on some ideas I've seen. And basically, the idea is that instead of firing a projectile, we create a struct with the projectile's data in it, the initialization data for the projectile. So that's going to be velocity, which includes direction. It's going to be velocity, original, no, actually just location, velocity, some environmental data, a hit callback, and basically we submit this stuff to a projectile manager, which contains an array of projectiles. And what this thing does is on tick, it loops through all of its existing projectiles in the manager. So let's do that. Um, so on tick, the projectile manager is going to iterate projectiles. And what it's going to basically do in this iteration is it's going to cast line trace to next. I'm not sure if I go backwards or forwards. I guess I could go. Cast line trace to next frame's estimated position. If a hit is generated, pass to proj hit callback and remove projectile from array. And so, like, our shooter can define its hit behavior for a given projectile, and the projectile manager can iterate all the projectiles that are currently active on each frame, figuring out a line trace from where they're at to where they're going to be on the next frame. And if that line trace hits something, then we generate a hit event, or we take the hit event and we pass it to the hit callback from the projectile, which is going to go back to the shooter and apply damage or things like that. And then we remove the projectile from the array so it stops being updated. And I think this is going to be a performant way to do this. So now I am waiting on this to open up. Looks like it's taking a minute. So we spun up a whole new project yesterday. I don't know why this is happening. Spun up a whole new project yesterday following a tutorial to set up a third-person shooter character, and I'm pretty satisfied with the result. But I wanted to, it was using hit scan projectiles, which work fine. I wanted to use physics-based projectiles, which don't work super great. If you make them fast, they don't appear to work super great. So what we're going to be doing is like basically best of both worlds. The line trace from each frame for each projectile will be hit scan to where it's going to be in the next frame with enough velocity. Then it's basically a hit scan, um, and that gives us flexibility for the projectile manager to basically manage like bullet drop, uh, dampening or damping. I don't know what's going on here. If I can open the project, that is to say. So I don't know why this is flipping out. Can I Alt F4 this? may have messed up my project setting, but we'll figure it out. But yeah, I had fun with this last night. Where did my fucking channel changer go? Teddy, god dang it, you sat on it. You fool. What the hell? UE5 project opens standalone toolkit, but not main project. Okay, well, let's give it a minute. This is the project. There it goes. Weird. Okay, so can I close this now? And this, and this, and this. I see. I think I know what's going on. So we're hitting a breakpoint here. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so let's see what we got. What do we got? So what we got from yesterday is we have sprint, regular run, ADS, sprint cancel, ADS and ADS cancel sprint. We have crouch ADS, and jump obviously, and we have firing, and we're actually shooting like a physics projectile and a line trace. But the physics projectile doesn't track hits very well. So like I have to be far away for it to slow down enough to actually register hits. So we want to get rid of that, and instead we're going to be doing the projectile manager thing I was talking about. So you can see we've killed this guy according to our logs. He's dead. You can see all our physics projectiles littering the floor. I wonder how long it would take for this to actually slow the game down. many times? Okay, he just got hit by one of the balls rolling on the ground. He took .09 damage. Oh, he got hit by another one. Funny. Okay, so yeah, this is how this works. I can kick them into him. That's pretty funny. So that's how this works, but that's not what we're going to use. So yesterday I set up a couple things that I want to start working on. So set up a struct for this. Um, so let's pull back up coworker. Okay, we are going to be working on a third person shooter project in UE 5.5.1. Yesterday we set up quite a bit of movement controls as well as some basic projectile logic. However, we want to refine the projectile logic as the physics based projectiles I was attempting to use do not have very good hit detection at actual bullet scale speeds. Instead, I want to move to a projectile manager approach. When a projectile is fired, we'll create a struct with position, velocity, mass, damage, lifetime, max lifetime, distance traveled, max range, owner. We also need some way to trigger a hit callback. Trigger or provide we could add struct, but I am not sure. This should then get some an environmental data struct contains information like gravity, direction, gravity, acceleration, and damping. So need some way to trigger or provide a hit callback. Ideally, we could add a reference to the struct, but I'm not sure if that's the right way to do that. That is the right way to handle that. It should then get submitted to a centralized projectile manager. Each tick the projectile manager will cast line, will iterate through an array of managed projectiles, casting a line trace, estimated next position, next tick, or maybe that words and it should calculate its actual new position each tick and then cast a trace from its former. Yeah, okay, that's how we want to do it. Iterates through an array of managed projectile, casting line, um, updating each projectile's location, position based on its data, and then casting a line trace from its old position to its new position in order to detect hits. If a hit are detected, the projectile's hit callback, if we handle it that way, should be invoked with the hit data, and then the projectile should be removed from the manager's projectile array. Okay, stop. Okay, C++ is okay for reference, but we need to build this ideally in Blueprint. All right. Now, while this churns out a plan, I'm gonna find something to watch on TV, maybe just some Power Rangers or something. Get some robots and explosions in the background because I need it for my crippling ADD. Um, Wait, am I streaming? Yes. Okay, great. Yeah. Murder She Wrote's great now, but let's find something else. Mega Fault. Bill MC3K, Monster Hunter, Shoka Tensei. All right. Okay. Pick logic, create a blueprint actor, projectile manager. Okay. I'm not sure what to add for the callback. I don't see an event dispatcher reference delegate in the options. I guess that makes sense. We could thinking. Okay, that makes sense. Hit event string. We're already passing the owner. Seems reasonable. Okay, now. Okay, I don't think we should have this to the. How can we have a singleton reference? The projectile sure used by all projectile firing actors. Okay, and can we this logic generic fashion? For instance, say we have a gun actor. I would like to be able to update and we say how can we set it up that we can use it as projectile launcher. If we want to use a different gun, we also want to be launcher all operating on the same file manager with the different projectile behavior. Parameters. Surprised that okay, that should be working. Hmm, weird. Oh, whatever. Okay. Use traces. Game instance subsystem. Subsystem. I don't see game instance subsystem. Options when class. Okay, that might work. Okay, how do I? Okay, how do I create a new function library project? All classes. Create new blueprint function. Great.
Hey, you're going to want to go ahead and right click, go up to Blueprint, and go to Blueprint Function Library. I'm going to use the naming convention BFL underscore, and we'll call it tutorial. And we are going to double click and open our Blueprint Function Library. And you'll see that we have a function already created for us. And I'm going to name this, let's see, set static, or set mesh visibility and collision.
Wait.
So if you guys watched my last tutorial on the Blueprint basics,
The thing is, I've done this before.
browser, and as you can see, I made a new folder called libraries. You're going to want to go ahead and right click, go up to Blueprint, and
Ah, BPFL projectile manager. Projectile. C projectile. Projectile. No, this isn't gonna work. I don't think this works. Um, I'm not sure that I can have a shared state different blueprint functions in a PPFL. Also, would we even be able to access tick to perform our update logic? Okay. All right. So it'll just be an actor. So back out here, delete, force delete. Hang on, I want to see what else was available here. All right, fine, fuck it. It's an actor. BP projectile manager. All right, so we create this and then game instance person. Game instance blueprint. Because I don't want it in the level, I don't think. Okay, for instance, I'm using third person game mode. Add a globally projectile manager to this mode. Teddy, hey dude, what's up? What's up, pup? What's up, little pup? Little bub? Okay, update, integrate. Cool projectiles instead of destroying, creating repeatedly. I'm not sure what it means by that, but we'll figure it out. Okay. All right, and then okay, so I have updated the game mode blueprint to add tile manager. Um, if I add a getter to the game mode, how would I any of the other blueprints? Um, hello, chatty, chatty jippity. Answer my damn question, you bitch. Is it rewriting everything? No. All right. I think we crashed Chat GPT. If I didn't get a function of game mode, how would I invoke that from any of the other blueprints? This is UE5. Fuck it. I think Chat GPT just crashed. We could probably figure it out. Projectile manager. Manager. Projectile manager. I have to get child actor here. Turn a null. All right, beautiful. So now from our third person character, and what we would probably do, honestly, is make this a part of the gun. But for now, we'll do it as the third person just so that we can understand. Because, like, we're still learning here, right? Third person game mode. Okay. Um, game mode. Cast to third person game mode. Be projectile manager. Projectile manager. Projectile manager. It is a ref. Then on begin play, okay. Manager. All right, great. Now do this. do that. That's fine. So now, um, managed projectiles, and this is going to be SD projectile. SD projectile is going to be an array. Okay, and we need a function. Or do we want a function? Probably want a event. This would be and projectile. Input is a SD projectile. Okay. So we do this, and then can we invoke this from here? Yes. Nice. All right. Get for each delta time. Come on. Don't fuck me here. Don't fuck me here. Come on. Come on, baby. You can do it. All right, got it. Okay, so manage projectile. Ooh. Um, mutate projectile data. Hit scan. Invoke. Hit callback. Kill projectile. These are steps. Break out this. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is mutate this. Let me think. Let me think. Sub dude. Yeah, so it's going good. I'm kind of changing streams a bit the past couple days and experimenting with some stuff that I haven't really done before, which is like a bunch of gameplay, actual gameplay stuff. So I made a new little project. I fired like a third person shooter setup for it to set up the character. We have like a simple gun and a little physics based projectile, but I wasn't satisfied with the. I got sprint, uh, ADS, crouch, ADS, jump, and fire. But I wasn't satisfied with the hit detection on the physics based projectiles. And I read an interesting, I guess not article, but like post where somebody was talking about doing projectiles a different way. Um, and that's what I'm working on right now. And basically, the way it's going to work is rather than trying to use the physics and like the hit detection's really wonky, like if two of those hit, and even though they're like bouncing off the character, they're not registering hits except on the like ricochet because they're too fast. So what we're basically going to be doing is creating a projectile manager that's a singleton for the game mode. Every time any projectile firing thing shoots a projectile, it will make a call to add projectile to the projectile manager with a struct that just contains the projectile's data, which will go into an array of those managed structs in the projectile manager. And then each frame in the projectile manager, it iterates all projectiles and figures out their new position based on their projectile data, updates their position, and then cast a line trace from the old position to the new position to detect hits, and then we'll invoke the callback, the hit callback from a given projectile, which should go back to its like parent actor and invoke an event on that. So that's really nice because it lets us have like physics-based projectiles that behave like line traces instead of projectiles. So that's kind of yeah, yeah. Well, I hadn't like if you've been watching my stuff, you know, like I've just been building cool shit. Like I haven't really had like an idea of like a game or anything like that. But I want to start building like a little character that you can run around on the planet with. Eventually, I want to have like vehicle like kind of shitty Star Citizen, like not to the level of detail of like Star Citizenships, but like a box you can go into and walk around inside of that flies around while you're flying it, but you can also get up and like walk around in it while it flies. So I'm basically setting up a third person shooter guy. He's going to have like interact button animations and things like that. Setting up a projectile manager. Eventually, I'm going to integrate the directional gravity stuff into it. I want to set up like gravity zones and just like get all that stuff sorted. And then I'm going to kind of port it over, I think. So this is just like a completely separate project to, just for learning. But yeah, it's been fun to figure this stuff out. And like we can kill this guy eventually. Like we got a couple hits there, but like because we have like actual like realistic bullet speeds, the physics based projectiles don't really cut it. And oh, I love yeah, yeah. I was messing around with it. Like I've got like I still have to work with the arm, but like I've got like the zoom in and the field of view zooms in a bit when you zoom when you ADS. Also, when you crouch, the camera moves down a little bit, and then when you run, the camera pulls back a well, it doesn't actually pull back, just the field of view pulls back. So like all of these little animations and stuff were stuff that I set up as a part of this tutorial. Um, and you were talking about neural nets. My first project in college, or no, not my first, my last project in college was genetic neural nets for time series analysis. So I know, I know all about neural nets. I know how to write them from scratch. Like the neural net algorithm is burned into my brain. I could I could probably sit down and write it from scratch in like a couple hours. I wrote a neural net, a flat neural net that doesn't use multiple arrays, just one big flat array, for the purposes of being able to offload it to the GPU with CUDA. Actually, I used OpenCL at that time, but so I've been all down the neural net rabbit hole. It's a lot of fun, and genetic algorithms too, for that matter, because mine was a population of neural nets that I tuned using unsupervised genetic algorithm. Okay, so we were writing a manager for these projectiles. So, like, basically, each frame, the manager is responsible for iterating all the active projectiles, calculating a new position based on all these factors. So, let's think about steps here before I go any further. Um, Steps. Um, each branch, calculate new position, velocity, etc for the current frame, line trace from former position to new position, invoke hit callback if needed, uh, kill projectile if pass if it passes its maximum thresholds or has a valid hit. So this is what we need to do each frame. Apparently, if you do it like this, it can hold like a bunch of physics-based. Like we can do thousands of physics-based projectiles, and it doesn't seem to suffer much from what I've read. Okay, so we have a position and a velocity. So let's do the stuff that we know is obvious. Um, Delta time. Increment the lifetime. Um, and this would be position plus velocity times delta time, I think. It's new position. Um, Velocity times how was the damping calculation? I think it was just 1 minus damping. Where the fuck did my coworker go? Coworker. Coworker. Fine, fuck it. Oh, it crashed. That's right. I remember now. Yeah, so I didn't do it in any of the current frameworks or anything like that. I literally wrote it from scratch in C. Um, but so, I mean, you probably know like the idea of a neural net is just really just a bunch of weights. It's just a bunch of float values. And then there is a structure to it. depending on it depends on the like could be more complicated than that because you could have usually the simplest form to do think about is like a feed forward, which is just a series of layers of weights and threshold functions, and they feed forward their results into the next layer until you reach like an output layer that is like the nodes where if this node fires then it does X, if this node fires then it does Y type deal. You could also have like a graph based neural net that's not feed forward, so like it could have multiple many to many relationships. That gets a little bit more complicated, but for a feed forward neural network you can basically define it with like an array. Your first few values in the array is like a structure. So array structure. I mean, it's probably easiest to do it in object oriented fashion, but this is what I remember having to do. So, like, the first X bytes of the array would define the neural structure. So, you'd have like number inputs, um, and then like number. I'm trying to remember because it was like number input layer definitions. So it'd be like each layer is defined by like the number of nodes in that layer, and so it'd be like num layers. Then for each of the num layers, you would have an entry with like num nodes or something like that, and then you have your input layer that's defined always by your number of inputs. So you get one node for each input, and then that has you connect all your inputs into that. That's all your input values into the neural net, and then usually it has an activation function. So like sigmoid is common. So they all have sigmoid activation functions, and then whenever those fires, each one is linked into every other node in the next layer. Um, and then it just like it goes up the tree. Like basically, long story short, to get this thing on a C kernel back in the day, I had to figure out how to define it all in one flat array because there was no such thing as like a 2D array on the graphics kernel or anything like that, which was fun, or a data structure. Is this gonna work? I think ChatGPT is actually down, so we're on our own. Okay, make st projectile. There it is. All right, so new position, velocity times delta time. Okay, lifetime is updated. Velocity times delta time plus the old position is our new position. Mass and damage will stay the same, and then if we want to apply like velocity based damping or distance based damping to the damage, we can do that in the callback function. Max lifetime is used in the termination function. Distance traveled is going to plus the length of this, I think. Oh, and hang on. This is a float. Okay, so delta time times velocity is our actual traveled, like our new, um, what we're adding to our position basically. And then the length of that is the distance that we've traveled, which we accumulate. Okay, what is this? This is velocity. Oh, we have to calculate damping. And we also have to apply gravity. That's where this gets a little bit more tricky because this is just, it would just shoot straight. We want to be able to apply gravity, direction, acceleration, dampening, etc. Um, Max range, owner and hit events. Okay, we've got almost everything that we can do right now. Um, this is where Chat GPT would be really handy because I could, like, it would, I'm pretty confident it could figure out like the gravity calculation here, but I don't know it off the top of my head. Um, Let me think. Okay, max life. Okay, so these threshold values don't really change, and I actually think, um, we need to apply. Okay, so here's how I think we have to do it. We need to apply damping and gravity to the velocity, and then we calculate our delta time. So like, gravity direction, I think it's just like this. Gravity direction times gravity acceleration times delta time. Light dampening. I am thinking. It's not great. It's not terrible. Like you, like it's not gonna. It's. I mean, it's not. It's not really good at giving you anything that's in a finished state, but it's good for getting you like 75% of the way there, and then you have to figure out yourself like how to get that remaining 25%. That's my like, for using AI for a long time doing this. That's kind of my take on it, is like it's really good as a rubber duck to bounce ideas off of because it keeps a record of all the ideas you've talked with it. It keeps a long history of it all. It'll give you insights that you might not have thought of and things like that. That's all great. That's not coding related. That's just like, I have an idea. Do you think this would work? And then like you have a record of all that. So that in and of itself is great because it's like a little diary of your dev that you can go back and look at if you ever need to figure out any, like, why did I do this. So that part is amazing. It's just automatic. It's good for generating some automatic documentation. For code, it'll get you there. Like, very rarely will it get you all the way there, just like, oh, here's the code, plug it in, okay, you're good. It's like it gets you like 75% of the way there, and then you have to figure out all the things that fucked up. It's still a super great tool because one of the biggest problems with trying to figure this stuff out is that, like, if you're like me, and you probably are if you're a software dev and you do this kind of stuff, there's not really anybody in your day-to-day life you can talk to about this stuff that would have any idea what the fuck you're talking about. And sometimes you need to be able to talk to somebody who knows what the fuck you're talking about to figure out how to do things. And for that, ChatGPT is very good. Oh, God damn it. It's stuck. Hold up. That to me is its greatest strength. More so than any like code completion or anything like that. It's the fact that it's like a pseudo subject matter expert in everything to like at least like a entry level, and just having that like rubber duck to bounce ideas off of is really really useful. If I was like working at a game dev studio, I would have a bunch of coworkers that I could bounce these ideas off of, right? But I'm not. Even like other coders will probably not necessarily know what you're talking about if they're not specifically doing the same kind of shit. Um, I really would like this to work. They killed him. They killed my boy. He's dead. Yeah, this is just dead. I got an idea though. Hang on. Where's my fucking clear browsing data? What? Hello.
today's video, we're going to go over some equations that you need to know to solve projectile motion problems. So let's review some basic kinematic equations. Whenever an object is moving with constant speed, displacement is equal to velocity multiplied by time. Now, when an object is moving with constant acceleration, there are four equations you need to know. The final speed is equal to the initial speed plus the product of the acceleration and the time. There's also this equation. The square of the final speed is equal to the square of the initial speed plus 2 times the product of the acceleration and the displacement. Displacement is equal to the average speed, which the average speed is basically the sum of the initial speed and the final speed divided by 2 multiplied by the time. As you can see, the third equation that I listed here, it looks like the first equation for a constant speed. Okay, I did not want to do that. So I can rewrite this equation like this. V average times T, where V average is initial plus final divided by 2. Now there's another equation that you need to know. D is equal to V initial T plus 1/2 AT squared. So make sure you know that equation too. So what exactly is D? You can use D as displacement or distance. Distance and displacement are the same if an object moves in one direction and doesn't change direction. If it changes direction, then displacement and distance is not the same. But technically, D is displacement. Displacement is basically the difference between the final position minus the initial position. Now you can use displacement in the x direction, or you can use it in the y direction. So just keep that in mind. Now there's 3 types of shapes for projectile motions that you need to be familiar with. Let's say if we have an object and it comes off a cliff horizontally and then eventually hits the ground. That's the first type of trajectory you're going to be dealing with. So what
All right,
equations
I'm
do we
back.
need
So this is
for
so
this
long
situation?
for this. God damn it. But I think he said that it was down for him too. It's kind of surprising they don't have redundant servers for this. Um. Hmm. No, see, this is way too simple. We don't need to, we need to know how to calculate one step. Gravity direction, gravity acceleration. So here, here. This is our gravitational acceleration for the window. Pretty sure that's right. We should just be able to add them, right? Do we apply damping first? So we apply damping to this velocity first. And that would be 1 minus delta time times damping. I think. Um, atmospheric damping formula. No, not frequency damping. UE5 velocity damping. I think object velocity times damping amount times mass to get a linear damping force. Okay, I see. So it's actually velocity times damping times delta time. This is the we need more space. We need more space. This is the main guts of the operation that we're trying to do here. So let's get everything like kind of cleared up here. Did you know what? Fuck that. Okay. All right. This is applying dampening to the velocity. Apply the This will come a little bit later. Um, Emulate gravitational. Okay. Gravity acceleration. Ah, ah, that's what it is. Gravity acceleration, velocity dampening. The original velocity, add the dampening, which is actually subtracting because we multiplied by -1, and add the gravitational acceleration for this frame. That becomes the modified velocity. Oh boy. Modified velocity, and then modified velocity times delta time. Okay, so for one thing, do this. Frame position. Okay. And then think that's right. So those are the two biggest, right? Because most of the rest of this does not change. We update the position. With the newly calculated position, we calculate gravitational acceleration and velocity dampening. So if our damping is like zero point 0.1, then we'll lose 10% of our movement velocity every second because we're multiplying it by, again, by delta time. And then frame position changes the same thing. We figure out the modifications for the frame. We add that to the overall velocity. Then we calculate, using the overall velocity, the frame position change. Mass damage, max lifetime, distance travel, max range, owner on hit of. Okay, so like again, this stuff stays the same. So that's our updated projectile. Oh, we have this too. So our distance traveled takes our frame position change as a vector length. Lifetime. So I'm going to go in the struct and reorder these. Lifetime, distance traveled should be above mass and damage. I want the stuff that gets modified on top. Hopefully this is just a simple change. All right, awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So all right, let's make it all pretty. Next time. Oops. Tile update. Where did my named reroute go? And named reroute node in UE5. Okay. What do you mean? What? Surely they didn't get rid of named reroute nodes. Beautiful. Okay, I think that covers it. And then once we have both of these, this is old, and this is new. So next up, we need to cast a line trace. I think this is fine. I don't know if I need to set this one to hold on to it. I don't think I do until I put it back in the array. So like while here I have them both in hand. Okay, just hold on. This is all we need for the line trace, I think. Should be. If we have a hit, we then need to destroy projectile. Update. before we do this trace, we can actually short circuit having to do the trace at all if we're past our max duration or our max travel distance. Oh boy. Yeah. Fuck. Okay. Not too bad. Original projectile. Updated projectile. Right. If either of these exceed their boundaries, God damn it. Oops. Distance traveled. So we'll call this check. Check lifetime distance. Original projectile. Can I remove in a blueprint? Can I remove an item from a array that I'm iterating? In blueprint in UE5, can I remove an item in an array? Okay, um, so we could add a flag to these that's like dead, and then do like a second iteration. I think that's what we're gonna do. So we'll go over here. Okay, that looks good. Okay. I'm just thinking. Um, if this is greater than the max lifetime, or this is greater than the max distance. We do our first calculation here, right? And then instead of checking all this stuff, we can just check is alive. All right. If it's dead, we don't need to do anything else. If it's alive, we need to do line trace. If it's false, we stay alive and we update the array. I need to completely rebuild this array each time. I'm a little worried about modifying the array while I'm inside of it and right click the selection. You only update what you want to. Tick box for each pin. Hang on, I'm reading your tips. Not a button inside it. You can check override function on button down these lines by using set member in struct name. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if I could do that with like multiple execution pins worth of changes without storing the structs. But I guess it makes sense that you would be able to because you're just holding a reference. Some of these lines are using set member in. Yep. So like this comes down here. We check the lifespan. If it's dead, so we're gonna do a second pass loop to just clean up the dead members. I think is what I'm gonna do. All right, so if we did not impact anything, we just take our current index and we add our updated projectile. Just thinking. I could create an array of indices to remove. Destroy projectile, call the hit callback. Okay, so here's where I'm not 100%. So this is a hit result structure. So save all. We need an and here. Because if the original projectile is dead, then this doesn't matter. It should just be dead, right? I don't think that's right. Well, what is the owner type? Actor. Um, is coworker back yet? Nope. Oh yeah, and I wanted to check that one too. Box select the reroute. Right click the outline. Yeah, for some reason I don't have. Yeah, I just don't have it. It's weird. But I like these to be like named reroutes. Okay. All right, so like that updates is alive for our update year. Then we need to call. We need to generate this hit event. Okay. How can I invoke an event on generic actor by string? UE5. Like, what? No way. That's so crazy. There's no way I'm going to do it that way. I'm going to call an event with params. What kind of params? An interface. No, I want like a reflection, basically. Like I could almost override some event that I'm not using. It's not really what I want to do. Yeah, we might be able to set it as a function and just like provide it here and give it a 0 timeout, maybe. This timer handle. Okay. Uh, we gotta have a way to like basically, ideally, each projectile could have a reference to its own callback for to handle the hit event, and then the parent actor can just invoke that. Let me see. I'll be right back. Of all the days for a coworker to go down, they probably have nobody in the office to fix this either because it's fucking Christmas. Because this is the stuff that it would probably be pretty good at figuring out, actually. How many you got on these spoons? All right. Oh, okay. I am back with a donut. Let me eat this real quick. Mm, my local, like, slightly upscale grocery store, not the most expensive one, but like the mid tier, has like literally the best donuts. It's better than like any of the donut shops around here. The closest Krispy Kreme is in New York, but and back in the day, Krispy Kreme would be better than these donuts. But Krispy Kreme made all their shit like half the size that it used to be, and it threw off like the ratio for like the donut composition. And now like actual grocery store donuts are better than Krispy Kreme donuts, which would have been unthinkable like a decade ago. It's like they managed to get the light and fluffy texture of the Krispy Kreme donuts, but it's like a double the size. It's kind of the shit because I can get a dozen donuts from the grocery store for $10 from their bakery, and they're better than like literal like niche donut shops. All right, where were we? GPT is still dead. Name function on if exists. Find function process event. Yeah. Find function process event. I realize that the architecture here is probably not ideal. Thinking projectile weapon, projectile launcher. I mean, technically, you could conceivably want to do this for something other than a weapon, so maybe projectile launcher. Yeah, this makes sense. All right, let's see where we were invoking fire inside of our third person character. Okay. So, like, basically, this moves down into the. Okay, so we're gonna have. Vent. Vent. And our inputs to this are gonna be projectile. Our projectile struct. Okay. So okay, we're not doing any of this stuff anymore. We do want to play the firing animation. And then we want to validate get. We can just do this first. There's no sense in firing if we're not actually going to fire. Alright, so if we have a projectile manager, which we should, we're going to play the firing animation. We're going to get the socket transformed so that we can calculate, and then we're going to make a projectile. And then the other thing that we're going to want probably here is default projectile. And this is a part of weapon, so that makes sense. So st projectile. Compile the shit, and then okay, these are left blank. Like time is 0. mass, distance traveled 0, mass, damage, lifetime, range, is alive. And let's go over here, change this to the projectile launcher. And we're going to want to owner on this too. Owner, actor. It's fucking okay. It's default value. Okay, that's fine. Delete. So like we already have it, so it should work. Projectile manager. So we have our manager, our default projectile with its default settings. Do point one to start to make sure that this stuff works right. Oh, damn it. Fuck. Don't need this. Don't need this. I want all of this stuff except for this, and this can actually go away. So let's go ahead and trash can this. It's a better way to do it anyway. And then over here, owner. Okay, and then finally, um, so like I'm not sure if it has safeguards or safety rails against like a for each processing an array in place. Um, I'm not actually sure if it is live. Okay, it hit something. We set it to dead. We get the owner. We invoke process hit with the projectile data and the hit data. Fuck it. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it this way. Okay. I think that covers the manager. Any of these. Everything except owner. Okay, and now we need velocity. Hang on. We don't need this. We can adapt velocity here in our default. We just gotta do Let's say we're gonna say to start like paintball speed, so we'll do like 150, 100 meters per second, right? And then we can just length. Yes. Yes. Location rotation. One more quick modification here. Changing the order. Something like this. All right, so we make a projectile when we fire and we submit it to our projectile manager with a reference to ourself so that we can get the callback here to process the hit. Um, for now, we'll just like print string hit. That lets us completely control like the attributes of the weapon from here. Um, and like technically, we would also figure out the environment data here. Like, but we're just gonna leave that at default for now. Oh, and speaking of which, our defaults are going to be wrong right now. Uh, Gravity direction, -1. 8.3. 0.01 for now. 0.1. so let's think about what this does. We get a fire event. We're going to play our rifle animation. We're going to get this muzzle flash orientation stuff to orient our projectile. We're going to get our default values from the projectile. We're going to get our vector length as our like imparted velocity. So like we can control how strong it is by changing this. We make a projectile out of it and we submit it to the projectile manager. The projectile manager has add projectile called, which just adds the new projectile to its array of managed projectiles. And then on the event tick, we loop the managed projectiles, updating them and figuring out if they've collided and if they're alive or dead. Don't need these owner pins here. Owner, owner, owner. Okay, that all looks good. All right, so we come down here and we check to see if the projectile is expired, basically. If it has expired, we're going to come down here and just invoke our cleanup loop. If it hasn't expired, we do a line trace from the old position to the new position, the visibility channel, and then if we got a hit, we switch our new member to is alive false. We break the projectile and invoke the hit function. And then we need to update the projectile. Because both of them update it. So, like, we killed it, so we have to update it. We update it in the target array, otherwise, we update it anyway. I think this is just going to make it a little bit easier to understand. Break the projectile. Okay. And then finally, jaded. If it's dead at this point, it's going to get cleaned up anyway, so we can go straight to the cleanup loop. If it's not, we go into our line trace. Line trace exceeds, we set member in the current projectile. We break it to get the owner. Process the hit. Update the projectile. It's going to be. I think that's right. I think I'm getting pretty close to being able to test this. And then after we make our update to the projectile, we do not do this. This actually occurs after this loop is done. Okay, that looks good. And then finally, okay, so if it's already dead, we don't have to do anything to it. We're done with it. If it's not dead, we do our line trace, detect the hit, invoke the hit, update the projectile in the array. Okay. Then we loop all the projectiles. Remove the index. Okay. The we do this while knowing that like the array processing here might not work. You save that, save this. Projectile launcher back over here. Okay. Okay, this is fine. Process hit right here. Just gonna output so we. I think this should be fine. And now back in here. I'm gonna reparent this. Cancel. Change. UE5 change. Blueprint parent class. Thinking, thinking. So no, stop. Fuck. Five. All right, fuck it. Here we go. Scene component object reference is not. Okay, hang on, we can do this. We can do this. It's I need this. We don't even need to do this anymore. We just need to do this. Well, this logic is handled elsewhere now. Should be. Alright, let's test it. Okay. So let's see what happened. He's still holding the gun. The camera's kind of fucked up. It's working. Holy shit. First try? I mean, it's not exactly working because our movement is completely jacked the hell up. Look at that. We got ballistic pattern with dampening and gravity. My movement got jacked up. Do you want to test it? Do you want to like stress test it? Because we can stress test it. Um, I believe it worked on the first time. It's crazy to me. All right. We upgraded it to a Vulcan machine gun. It can't handle the animations playing that fast, which makes sense. But it can handle all the projectiles. It's like a CRAM. Pretty cool, actually. Pretty freaking cool. All right, stress test works. We're firing thousands of projectiles per second. Still a little too fast there. 10 rounds a second. I can't. I gotta figure out what happened to my fucking movement. I'm gonna actually like refactor all this. But the projectile manager seems to work, which is cool. I wish I knew why the rest of it got jacked up. I guess you wanted to be a physics actor so it can drop on the ground. So what we could actually do is so now we're actually like taking the velocity into account when we calculate the damage. 27. Something has gone drastically wrong with my keyboard controls though. Okay, next. We can actually go in here. Let's change the dampening a lot. I can like go backwards almost, sort of. I think I'm having collision issues here still. Oh, they're hitting the gun but not the player objects. Okay, we can fix that. Um, Projectile manager. There's my line trace. There it is. You can see the damage fall off at range. That's super fucking cool. And we could do things like the cool thing about this is we could do things with this because we have our own hit management. So like you could have a projectile that arcs really slow, and then when it lands, it shoots out other projectiles with which also just re-register with the projectile manager. So like fragmentation explosions are doable now, shotguns are doable now. Pretty much everything is doable with projectiles. This is super cool. Like I can pretty easily think of how you would construct like a fragmentation bomb. You just put spawn like 50 particles and then point them in all different directions, impart some energy with a lot of fall off. This is super cool. Um, so I'm gonna have to fix the animation, but I don't really want to work on that now because I want to figure out the rest of this. Just thinking, because this we want this to be adaptable to other things as well. All right, let's actually apply some hit data. BP third person character damage. We can normalize this to get the direction. We can pass the hit info. Um, Event instigator is self. Owner. Probably wrong, but it can stay for now. Nothing, 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 nothing. Oh, I wasn't logging it. Oops. He's dead. Right, well, we have a projectile-based damage system now. What happened there? Uh, Unfortunately, our movement's completely jacked up. All of this stuff, I think, still works. No, I didn't want to. Didn't want to open that yet. Jump, look, move. Crouch. ADS fire. Mm, and then might as well use. Let's change it just in the off chance that we ever want to do um, melee attacks. Changes to attack. No, I didn't mean to. God damn it. These are given to us. F key, C key, aim attack, sprint, left shift. Okay. Now, um, and now we're gonna want to have. It's not like that. Jinx. Here we go. Easy enough. A sprint. Aim. Branch. Like this. Sprint, set sprint, branch on sprinting, if sprinting, play the sprint animation, timeline, and then turn off aiming. If not sprinting, reverse the timeline. Okay. If we are aiming, go here. Get rid of this. Okay, so let's see this now. If we were aiming, cancel the aim and invoke the reverse timeline. If we were sprinting, call the reverse timeline. I think that's right. Okay. And then this is the firing. I want to change this to like set firing. A If we're sprinting, it doesn't matter what the condition is. We set firing to false. If we're not sprinting, we take the firing value that was triggered here. If we're firing and we're not sprinting, let's see if we got it right. Seems that way. Okay. Coworker's back. Do you need this branch here? I don't think I need the branch. It's like implicit. We can just do it like this. I suspect that's how it works. this a little bit more simple. So like my animations are working well. It's the actual character movement itself that's fucked up here. Jump is good. All right, that switches it from our like fly by night control setup to actual input actions. I'm real confused because at one point I had like direction. All right, so I'm gonna just have to step back through the first part of that tutorial because I broke something. I probably deleted a reference, but this is awesome. Having a projectile management system is super duper cool. All right, what we could do. So check this out. Also, because this is handled at the weapon level now. Projectile launcher. Okay, so what if I came in here? I don't want to cause an infinite loop. I was thinking about adding like a burst of projectiles right here when it explodes, like shrapnel. I don't understand why I do a break here and it works, but I can't break the hit data. I'm a little confused by that. Can't control the fucking character. Let's check our control mappings again. And then I'm probably going to go try to fix this on my own for a bit because this is not breaking new ground. It's fixing something that was working before and is now broken. Um, I move correct. Okay. I have the projectile management pretty much working. Part of this I created is mesh actor wrapper for guns mesh function returns the attached attached it. I attached it in these four mesh and and the animations idle and ADS, but somehow the cool movement of the person there. Actions made things or maybe there. See if you can process that. Progress, progress. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, third person character blueprint. Look at the attachment point for your new gun actor wrapper. Ensure the attached to component node is using the correct socket name. Attached to component. Snap to target. Snap to target. Keep relative. Okay. Look at the attachment point for your new gun attached to component is using the correct socket name on the carry hand R. Okay. Socket. Okay. And the attached component node is using. I didn't use an attach to component node. I attached it by default in the components. Child actor component. Uh, projectile. Wait, please fix it. Fuck. Location. Thinking. I really wish these were just axes. I mean, they are, but I think what I'm gonna have to do is probably open a different project and look at the movement setup and figure out where I've janked it up. But hey, projectile system that could manage multiple players is a win. I could pretty easily see how you could do this with server management. My camera animations are messed up too. Shoot this guy in the head till he's dead. All right. Well, I think that's the stopping point for now. I need to get some dinner. So yeah, later.